Yes?
The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now. I'm definitely not the cavalry. I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you? No, you haven't wronged me. It's okay. Okay, fine. Let's talk. What did you want? What precinct?
Fucking deranged lunatic.
What precinct?
Fucking deranged lunatic.
I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith.
I'm just looking out for...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
Yes. A policewoman who just wants to do her job. That's all.
Something about the man with sunglasses and you, the energy between you two, is making her uncomfortable.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
No, you don't. You look like a young god.
Oh god. It's the fucking muscle thing.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What do you want?
Okay, so this guy is cool. He stands there like a statue, an angry statue, and he does not like you.
I'm not getting involved in this.
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like. Exactly.
Who does this asshole think he is? A cop?
No.
No, he doesn't.
If I wasn't clinically depressed, I'd burst out laughing. But I'm gonna go with no right now. Actually, I don't want to.
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you.
Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
You think he was hanged as a cover-up? To hide the shooting? Okay, well... I don't know. Why are you?
You know what? It must be because he's buff. He looks like he works out, like he's got the devil on his back.
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it? Okay, why not? Let's do the old thing over again. We're not wasting time. So, do you know who hanged him? Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. Oh my god, there's more. You want something?
You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask it.
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe the life of a police officer. To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality? Okay. That's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now we're really getting somewhere. Somewhere good. Okay. Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? Would you now, or would I be cramping your style? Never mind. Partner. Okay. How about you stop wasting my time and get on with whatever you were doing then? Oh, no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes. And let me tell you, it's been quite a privilege seeing you work.
This isn't helping.
You're not going to believe this, but... Yes, sir. Solving crimes, locking up bad guys. Just some regular boring motherfuckers in suits and uniforms. Nothing spectacularly extravagant like you, the far-out son of Lang. Oh, it's you eccentric genius. I mean, with your unorthodox approach to police work, it has to be you. Not even a little bit.
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I. Watch out for yourself, lose.
That voice, so very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to your station?
Oh, really? I wonder where. That's the where you remember me from? You don't say. Goodbye then. The voice thing was a coincidence. Run a...
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right? There's something missing here. Something you can't put our finger on. You know what? Just ask him. I know it sounds crazy, and you'll probably get laughed at. But still, yes, just cross it off the list.
Again? I can't believe this shit. I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. What'd you say? Okay.
Jean, he said okay. Give it a rest.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent, something of that kind. Not a cop. Go on with your cop work. Don't let me stop you again.
Yes? What is it? What precinct?
Fucking deranged lunatic. God damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your weird bullshit to yourself.
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember if they were, right? Who forgets their squad mates?
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
Well, he's not. He's a sack of shit barely kept together by crazy glue. But at least he tries, unlike you.
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay?
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember...
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Again.
Good one, Titus.
We hanged him up by...
Didn't they teach you...
The autopsy showed there were no ligature marks. His hands were not tied.
The lieutenant goes in for the leg sweep.
Look, I'm not gonna play 20 questions with you, capo. I'll see it.
Yeah, I knocked him out. Came up behind him and clapped him.
That's right, lawman. And then we hanged the fuck.
My fucking elbow, Copper. Samaran boxing style. Right fucking here.
Yeah, man, weren't you listening?
No. Of course he's having trouble breathing.
Fuck off, Shanky.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
And fuck you, too, Copper.
This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the moon.
Like what, Copper? About fucking time.
The tear machine your bottles clunk into... A rusting control panel with loose wires dangling out from the hole where an indicator light. You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk. Then the water lock starts moving.
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get sidetracked, not with everything. Yes?
There's no way to listen to the tape without a working tape. A pawn shop would have it. Banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the insulation.
It appears to be so. I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles. Rust, moss, and sea life. The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
mocking tone finds no response but the motion of the waves.
Yes, yes. Clearly, this is a triumph. I'd say the vehicle has been here since last Saturday or let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside. I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, the hinges creak under your weight. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the...
Yes, yes, it does. Let me think about it.
It's impossible to say if it's happening, if the clouds pass in the sky and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed.
I'm pretty sure I told you already, didn't I? My dad and mom are both half Seolite.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
God, I hope so.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Coupris, Model 40.
Yes. Why haven't you?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people. Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for? A precinct, yes. A police precinct. Precinct 41, your precinct.
A massive pit opens up in your stomach. You feel like you're about to faint and fall. Oh God, Harry. Oh God, Harry. What? No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across the canal.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything.
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point. Of whom? I don't think so.
Probably. Try definitely.
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
People, yes, but not you.
Yes. Let's go take a look.
police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some
At least something good came out of all this.
Encased between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark. And you see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number. The man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. 8, maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good-looking. He's got a nice haircut. What do you think? His face is already contorted by the expression. Although it looks less grotesque on him, it looks better on him because he isn't in as much pain while producing it as you are. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't. It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times. Like Undying or...
It's meant to keep you safe. From bullets, hunger, shrapnel, kidnappings, and worse.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light.
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant. The title of Yefreitor is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're double Yefreitor. There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superior, and sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant. Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol citizens' militia. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, kings like satellite officers and the additional Yefreitor rank I already explained. You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite. No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional, it matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we...
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary. Good.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper called...
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers. 4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of lieutenant. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been...
The pain in your chest. The case created a lot of edge you have to take off. The death march.
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 57. It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock, but then again, it's a legendary district and a hell of a station.
He knew all those people, although they're not from his station. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it. Anti-Object Task Force. Behold, the Anti-Object Task Force has assembled. God's avenging angel, arrayed against the lower emanations of the Darkened One. Shoe racks, tape recorders, motor carriages.
Yes?
worn and beaten wooden...
We can sit on benches after we've solved...
You can revisit the bench. Hi, officer. Anything I can help you with? A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes... The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place. The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions, and that was actually the second one. Let's see. Who are you looking for? I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate? Aha! Like snowmen. Two old guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like. I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen? Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Oh? Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff. I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurant. Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises. Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general.
Mines. Mines. You need mines.
Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer. I have no interest in floaters. Seen enough of them in my life already. Very unattractive bunch. Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly. It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time. No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check.
Is she flirting with you? A little? You think she might be?
What makes you think we haven't? The truth is, that goes for men too. But they put on an act for us.
That does not go for real men. It does not go for you. Show her. Show her the wonder.
No one wants to talk about how frightened they are. But only frightened people are really dangerous.
She's not afraid, however. Does that make her not?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying. Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
If it is, then why the melancholy?
Gone.
The harbour seawall endures the wash of the freezing waves. Many things wash up against it and onto the beaches of Revachol. Some inanimate.
It absolutely does not.
No. There's nothing to find. He's dead. Lost to the waves.
The lieutenant shakes his head again.
Yeah. By himself. Inadvertently. He never respected the sea. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy.
She really liked those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a... She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue. Where are you? This says by signing I agree to living with construction noise. What a nice idea. Wouldn't have thought that Evrart and the Union have nice plans for anything. I thought they only cared about themselves. Well, I guess Union members have children too. Aye, if you say so. Probably better that way. I mean, who likes construction noise?
Welcome to the fishing village.
Then how does she know you're here?
I still have a golden ear. Come, come. Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, no, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another. Locked himself in that woodshed. He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place, somewhere more quiet. Oh, the usual. Dark tidings, black hound. Maybe they are, because you're an ill omen, but you're still welcome here. As long as men with... I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage, and not a lot of houses. Ah, look at me ramble on. Stay? That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack. I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM. Oh, don't. It's your choice. No skin off my teeth. My kids grew up and left like they do. The house is long empty now. I live in the small side attachment. Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the place.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank. Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild.
Between here and Jamrock, a dusty sea of old trees, all covered.
An old military hospital and its surroundings. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shelter. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets. The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone. Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight. Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men. Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Don't have to look long to find these guys. Here, for you? No, officer.
Under carts, boats, in little boxes. It's not hard to find. She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the Dolorian church. Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here?
So, they don't hold services there?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. Before you get to the church, there's some ruins. An apartment complex? I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Of note, the old fish market up on the boardwalk. But no one. That's why it's closed. It was once a... Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight... What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want, it used to be a supply depot. We think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jam shut.
Nothing is impossible.
And now you know everything there is to know about this coast. Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel. Now it's your turn, Mr... Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double. Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all the scribble. Tell me what it says. Huh. I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna be a street. The best part. Have you asked Lillian about this? I won't even consider signing till I know she's on board.
The door has seen.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangement. After we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the...
The key turns. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face. A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. The room feels muffled, like...
What is this place to you?
Westward, across the canal, towers the whirling in a small shack in the fishing village. A baroque heap far away on the corner of Perdition and Main. A nondescript building, obscured in a haze. It's vacant outside, the howl of the wind.
Look under the floorboards.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor. The water reflects back, a vague... You'll be looking like a pansy without the... A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born. Like an artist with a brush or a master sword, the sharp blade chafes against your skin, reducing a scratching. They feel so smooth. Surprisingly, you don't have a face anymore. It's all... The water reflects back a vague image of your clean... An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. The expression fixed to your clean-shaven face. You're still not accustomed to it. It's too late. Like an image on film. The...
Yes? Yes. I don't know what to say. Perhaps, I'm not really sure about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops...
Damage.
Either way, good on you. You were saying?
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't...
The scruffy-haired little... The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the... This one doesn't say anything.
Lily's our mum.
The stone kicker laughs. The other one laughs. The stone kicking isn't even a very high caliber. The stone kicking one becomes...
He looks just like me.
The boy doesn't answer. The rock kicker was just being...
You're bad with kids. Don't worry, everyone is. How about we do some police work now? We're not getting anything here.
You're stupid. Okay.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicked.
Hello, mister.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Oh, I had gloves.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek in an empty house.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
I hid them. The twins were gonna take them. They're stupid.
We're going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
Oh. They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good. Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom? That's nice. My mom is great. She's never angry or anything. Yes. They don't want to play with me. They look the same. Sometimes I can't tell them apart. They look identical. It's a grouse.
Wasn't Gar, the cafeteria manager, trying to repair a piece of taxidermy?
Sure. Just go and get it. I don't like it anymore.
All right. You just need to grab it from the ceiling and go.
It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of. Like...
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the...
Yes. Lammy has lived a long life. Lammy was a... No! That's not it!
I think she means revolutionary.
Yes! Lammy was a resolution. Bye!
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quick. The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you with a pair of...
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down.
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp.
Okay. And? An antique. That makes sense. There can't be many breech-loading rifles floating around in Martinez, or anywhere in Ravachol, really. I have to hand it to the monarchs. It's quite admirable that they took the advice of criminologists last century. Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzleloaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons. But they realize it's worth it in the end. Imagine if everyone, cops, citizens had access to firearms that could shoot multiple rounds without pausing to reload. But back to the investigation. Mysterious? Okay. Either way, we'll know when we find the gun.
The jacket. This is a real killer. It's quite...
What can you say about the bullet so far?
Yes. It's as if you've seen...
A jacketed bullet.
We were right.
Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. This is strange.
As you fold your fingers into a fist, your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions. The hardened vitreous in them, you really do feel more confident. Invulnerability does that. Even partial invulnerability. Remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop. For the day you have to fight.
Yes?
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose. I know you do. These, you're a little more moralist now. Makes sense. What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez. The air suddenly feels it's time to become a citizen of the kingdom of conscience. It is not a place. It is a moment. Increment. Yawn. Speaking of, history's greatest catastrophe. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if it's gained. Tisk tisk. Just because you may never live to see the kingdom of What a fucking joke. The kingdom is difficult, partly because humanity will need to discard. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post... Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. That's right. Remember, real democracy... The noxious odor emanates.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail! Uh-huh. Abigail.
Never thought you'd see such a thing in your life. But this guy's a little too drunk. He snorts and beckons you.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail. Don't you fucking call her! Don't call Abigail!
The man hiccups, then mumbles something unintelligible.
There's no use in yelling at
the drunk man. He does not sound.
Don't!
There was little chance he...
Hey, Tequila! Good to see you. How's business? So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding? It's good to hear that you're on top of things. Talking about used to, did you know that I used to be a real... Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom's Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies. We are saving the world.
Please!
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. So now, it's a pirate's life for me. It's you. You're We've met before. Don't you remember? Aha. Do you want to know how to... Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them.
Does that sound like something you'd do? The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in. Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty.
3 men are standing on a wooden platform, extending out.
What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on... The time hath come! So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time... The time hath come for Tequila Sunset! The end of all things! Yeah, looms. Why not? Then you jammed the pedal and plowed right off the jetty and through the ice.
The muscles in your right leg tense up. Your hands cramp on the steering wheel.
We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us.
What else was there to do? Thank you, brothers.
We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on. No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is Tequila Sunset. Just embrace it, brother. Ours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, You got how they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen.
Wow. That's quite a story.
Yeah. I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to...
If you only knew.
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real...
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Abigail! It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hoe. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one. You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers, whose main interest was... No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were... Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need any...
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
Yeah, you seemed really mad about immigrants. I'd rather not get into the details. It was pretty low concept. You kept calling yourself a goddamn superstar who'd cleared 501 cases.
As you've already determined, the actual number is just over 200.
No thanks to the squares at the precinct, as you put it. It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs. Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum. It depends, really. Are you willing to help me?
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar.
I don't want it, man. I need it. Can't tell stories. So, have you got anything for good old idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me. Not much, but it will do.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder/junior partner at a high concept creative. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane. It did. With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could... But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit. One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys.
He's right. It's incredibly... His eyes are clouded.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into... I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quick. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
No, you don't.
Whatever. The point is, reality was looking rather grim just. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten. I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be... Just then I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office, but when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a... So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh? I don't remember you being such a dick before, Tequila. That doesn't mean you're wrong, though. Anyway, that was all the tale one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one. Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium, but now I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket.
A lost jacket? Sounds like a mystery you could look into.
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand... Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. If I knew where I lost it, don't you think I'd have it? I mean, maybe I was up somewhere north of here, that's for sure. You could ask around, see if anyone's seen it. My agency, man. The Boom Boom Room. I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more high... I was financing a group of poets in East Revachol who were developing a new universal poetic language. But then it all went to shit. I know! It was fucking awesome! Too bad I went on a jog, unleashing a cascade of doom. What? You've never seen 100% Lycra before?
You really shouldn't touch it.
Pretty nice, huh? This might be one of the last...
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this texture is. Randomized trials of... And then there's the smell.
Wow, you're lucky.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosie. My fellow members of the Union of Moribund Alcoholics?
Hey, Tequila! You want to buy some speed?
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. He's a cop.
I thought he was a cool cop.
A gurgling sound.
And yeah, you're already acquainted with abs. So yeah, that's basically... I'm all ears, Tequila. I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. Interesting. Ah, this is what they use to keep the... The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend particular to Martinez. That said, I first heard it from a former... There are many variations on the basic story, and the details often...
Are you telling the story of the headless...
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. Summer of 44. 17-year-old Gertrude Hett is walking home from a late shift at the harbor.
The streets are warmed by a southerly breeze. In the harbor's dark, her cigarette is a beacon, dancing alone. The image comes to you effortlessly.
Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides. What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, and what does... Well, yes, but it's the man on the horse that's with no head on his shoulders. Wearing a found tracksuit, searching for the legendary found cap that went missing when he lost his head.
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
Well, there are many versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the headless found rider riding on the back of another headless man. Yes, According to legend, young Gertrude Het had to endure years of psychotherapy before she was able to look at a horse or tracksuit again. And she's one. Gertrude Het may have been the first to witness the headless faun rider, but she wasn't the last.
Tell him about the two feminists by the locks.
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists. Everyone always misremembers.
This wouldn't be the De Ponte Delgado case, would it?
What? You know it?
I've read the case file. But please.
Right. Early autumn of 46. Ulla de Ponte and Eva Delgado are... The wind picks up. A sky already dark now blackened.
Two women stand on a small outcropping of rocks. One of them is wearing a
The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ulla turns around when she sees something. Her shriek is so violent that the residents of the nearby apartment building believe but there is no lightning. Only a heavy downpour and the silhouette. Ulla makes a run for the shore, but Eva slips on a wet rock and disappears into the cold. Her body is never recovered. Word on the street is that she, you know, gave herself facial deconstruction surgery. Real grit.
That part, at least more or less, corresponds to...
See? Told you. Anyway, that's the story of the headless faun rider. Pretty crazy, huh? Well, Tequila, that's part of the legend. Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by the vicious gang he had infiltrated. Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeplechase, ended up in somebody's backyard, and got decapitated.
Even decapitation couldn't stop his commitment to the sport.
Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged himself from a really... Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him and his bet.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
Isn't it? All the pieces fit together perfectly. Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other?
Hard to argue with that, I suppose.
That's the reality situation for you. You think you got a handle on it, then blam! It throws some wild shit at you. Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that. Do you always try to pick the lamest option possible? Come on, Tequila! No one knows. Some say he stalks Martinez to this day.
He won't, though, because it's just a stupid legend.
Aye, I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
I actually do have one. Do you have anything to fortify old Doom Spiral? Tell me. Classy. This last one is the most Martinez story I've ever heard. I've never heard it mentioned outside of here. At first, I thought it was a joke, to be honest. But I've been on the coast.
A shovel hits the sand somewhere behind the reeds, near an abandoned construction yard. The young men look over their shoulders suspiciously. The sound of their digging seems loud in the sudden silence.
Magic animals? No, man, this is serious stuff. No, Tequila. Most people already know where they live. Hey, hey! Fuck you, Tequila. All kinds. I've seen archaeologists, gangsters, even a bunch...
Wait, there's a tingling back here. The stirring of a faint.
You know, obsessive types. People. Some of those expeditions come back after a week or so. Look, the first time I saw one of these expeditions, I thought they were fucking with me.
There's no way. It can't be. Or you know.
I'm not even sure I should be telling you this story, to be perfectly honest. You're in a fragile state, and it... Okay, fine, I'll tell you. But I'm warning you, it's pretty out there. There was this designer. His exact name is lost to history, but in life, he was a legend. Made it big in a... That is, if he even existed.
He existed, all right. You feel it deep within your basal ganglia. He was... I'm talking about.
Anyway, sometime later, he started his own personal studio here in Martinez. And that's when he started. But then, something turned. You see, it's widely known that nose candy and pioneer You know tequila, nose candy, the white railroad, party powder.
The kids on the streets also call it Snow Day.
Sinus salt, the white night.
Can't see, for its popularity among the...
Along with a number of more banal street names. Blow, of course, but also Flake. He's talking about cocaine.
Shit, yeah, tequila. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You've got to understand, the work this guy was doing was so... Now, as you might imagine, snorting that much...
Right. Wrong. Do it all the time. All day, baby.
Hey, tequila, pay attention. Apparently the idea was too high concept even for this genius. He dropped dead right at his desk before he could finish. His last words are recorded to have been, "It's as white." But the story doesn't end there. Supposedly, when they performed the autopsy, the coroner discovered nearly That's right. 250 grams of blow had accumulated in there over the years. We're talking... There are those who believe the designer was buried with this quarter key of nose candy still lodged in his sinuses.
The cocaine skull.
The cocaine skull. Here's the kicker. This designer, this lead designer of a world-famous design studio, was born in Martinez. That's why he brought his studio here, back to where it all began. And that's why they buried him here, too. Perhaps right under Ab's pipe, or probably further down the coast, or in some yard in Martinez.
No, my grandma always told me his grave...
This is ludicrous, and physically impossible. Sinuses can contain that amount of anything.
My only question is, where does one get a shovel?
They're pretty vague about it in general. The gangsters like to claim they're... The archaeologists act all official about it. The junkies, for some reason, are pretty upfront about it. They just say...
Honest men on an honest...
By now, I'd say I know about as much about it as anyone on the coast. The archaeologists say they want to put it in a museum. The gangs...
Bullshit. They just want to snort it.
I'm pretty sure they all just want to...
And why wouldn't they, eh? Sounds like right strong...
Don't listen to him or his grandma.
No, my grandma told me. I've heard other people say it too.
Or maybe it's in the air. Or...
In a pyramid? Now that would be something.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What?
For one, the way is blocked by that big lorry and second, outfitting an expedition like that is expensive. It'd have to be it's just not feasible within the economic and temporal frame of our current setup. Matter of fact, unless a bunch of money just falls out of the sky, we might never know what's up with that skull.
I have to agree. Besides, it would look extremely bad for the RCM to be caught up in something that has the...
Wait, maybe the...
Yeah, well, that's the reality situation for you. Who knows, though? Maybe someday we'll get our chance. Not that I can think of. That might be the case. Yes. You too, Tiki.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you? So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine. Aye, by amphetamine I mean speed. Aye, that's what I said. Good, my man. Now what can I offer you? Oh, the system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking her like a... You see, friend, man makes his own luck, and I made mine real good. Bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit of speed. And look at me now. I got everyone on my hook. Hook 'em and cook 'em, huh? You want to buy something? Let's keep it... See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture. You know, it's funny, actually.
He's finding it difficult to focus.
What? This guy. Oh, this is medicinal spirits. I got one of those scientific ampules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to... Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go. It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, the missus... Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all. The idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know. Like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila. What's left is this beautiful blue... 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3...
Don't say it.
£3 real and it's yours, friend.
Well done. You got it.
Just make sure to
Son, you will not kill yourself with this. Not today. So we're going to store this as a sellable item. Go sell it at...
Aye, by amphetamine I mean speed. Sure did, buddy boy. That's why I said amphetamine. I mean speed. Good, my man. Now what can I offer you? Here you go, friend.
That is unhygienic and dangerous, and it does not endear you to me. Just wanted to make that clear, okay?
Unhygienic. This stuff is very hygienic. In the civilized world...
Now that you've acquired some stimulants, it's time for a little pick-me-up. Time to detect. See? That's your problem. A lack of confidence. It's not ideal, no. But you need... It'll make you into more than that. A mega... This is so
You've passed up your chance to start using speed for now.
Drop in temperature, an easy flow there. An empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more driving. Chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. The road is smooth and motley. craters filled with a black acid, a tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats. Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them. There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away. Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The cold washes over you. The sound of the wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up. What do you want with a lost child?
That's an excellent question, ma'am.
He probably pawned it for booze and then forgot about it. Are you getting a reward for it at least? Good for you. Can't expect to receive help if you're not helpful enough. Anyhow, you might ask Lillian if she's seen anything lately. That girl's got a way of attracting.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. Remarkable. That one already lost everything else, and now his jacket too. It's a good thing, too, that he has an actual police officer looking for it. Good old doom spiral. Upper management to the core. Aye. We all feel that way sometimes. Sometimes I wonder if I'm the protector. Anyway, I'd looked near the fish market north of here on the boardwalk. Drunks are drawn to markets for some reason. Was there something else? Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea? This calls for a funeral, if you ask me. Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all. Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and...
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere. Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things we do get to do. Like the murder investigation, for example.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is meaning this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some human...
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, unable to piece together the big picture just now. There's a hole. The scattering of bullet holes looks like one giant small...
Go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guy.
There's a cylinder on the ground.
Who's there? Oh, the police.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his...
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Don't worry, Gary. To what do I owe the pleasure? Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the A81. You broke the water lock with a motor carriage? There was a billboard in the canal. Not a vehicle. It said Samaran Butter.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you...
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait.
His hands are large and weather-worn, but also used to delicate, precise...
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult. Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, and I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect it. That's my hypothesis. that it has evolved certain electrochemical defense, but I cannot describe how these defenses work, much less how they evolve. I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid.
Seems puny, to be honest.
Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of my... of any.
Would be glory itself.
Very little, I'm sorry to say. Not yet. That's what...
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of it...
I know it's real. By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid... Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species. I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly hot. Yes, the females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions. Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect.
There's nothing dispassionate about the way he talks about the insect.
Well, they may not look impressive. Yes. Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution. Locusts. Nearly all known
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a...
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory...
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed.
Yes. What? By whoa, man, you mean my wife? My wife understands that just as well.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out...
And leave the traps? Absolutely.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it.
She's seen it?
Yes. That's how we first came to know one another, in fact. Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian...
His spirit may be willing, but his body might be too old to endure the rigors of the coast.
Good. A good quality to have.
I could go for some trap setting.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer. Caught the bug, I see. It's easier to get caught up in the search than you'd imagine. There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed. You should check at least one of those before returning to this one. Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight. That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do...
Did you hear that? Pheromones. You were right about the teenagers.
Oh, I doubt there is any connection there. Anyway, these pheromones will attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Should last you about a week. Wise choice.
This is the smell of dying reed.
I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect...
Right. Which means you two can pack up and...
Finally!
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. if you have any more questions.
What about his eager to leave friend Gary there? Talk to him too.
I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both. It's not child's play, just because...
He takes the dangers and discomforts that come with his work for granted. But just imagine the unforgiving desert heat he's endured. The wetlands filled with venomous reptiles he has crossed. You could get a heat stroke and faint and hurt your head. You could get bitten. It could be worse. So much worse.
Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does. Indeed. My methods do not differ from other science.
Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise.
No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close. Close.
Interesting. Something for later.
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look... No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemney, which is 4,002 are categorised as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of... Yes, the Chateauquin forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves. More so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. Indeed. If our expedition is successful...
The hair on your arms stand up. Electricity. Sound.
Yes? Alright. What cryptids precisely? I usually discuss the... I see you've been talking about cryptids with Lena. The kind green ape is one of... We travelled to South Safra to look for it once. Gary and I got... The search was fabulously unsuccessful. But the people were...
What? South Safra? They're just on a different rung of the...
Really? You kept complaining about...
They're a nascent culture. I just didn't feel comfortable. And let's change the topic, okay? Talk about your critters. Or whatever.
Formerly the most dangerous, yes. But do you know the most dangerous living cryptid? The most dangerous cryptid is a carnivorous ruminant, known colloquially... Yes, the dread moose subsists entirely on flesh. There's even human remains have been found deep in the forest, torn apart, then trampled in just like an ordinary ardent moose. You can't. That's what makes it so dreadful and hard to identify.
Of course you do.
The bodies found in the forest are just one piece of physical evidence. There's more...
A detective. Pardon me, I did not wish to seek conflict. It's simply my training to question things.
Understood, Lieutenant. That's impressive, I guess. But have you seen it with your own eyes? Of course you haven't. I haven't had a chance to travel to Coco Nor. No. And I likely never will. I fear this mindless barbarism may have wiped out the elusive creature entirely. Sightings of towering luminosities have grown rare recently. Oh, everyone knows about that one.
A bit of jealousy there. He'd want that glory, truth be told.
Although, probably because her life ended as a result of her work in Gutler. No one remembers her contributions to the... A flightless cursor owl, found in the Seminine Isles. Its long legs permit the when it's not hunting its prey in this manner. The ock hangs from trees. Mijanu liked extreme animals, you see. One of the few... Oh, decades ago. In the 30s. I didn't know her personally, of course. The chasm of academic pretension still stood before us. Even though she had unusual courage for... No offence, officer, but I'm not much of a pedagogue. Me? A willow person. It's a long story. One non-specialist. They're not people, really. Some argue they aren't really animals. They're very, very thin. Almost flat, in fact. And can camouflage themselves easily. Wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with it. You probably have. Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paint. After waiting in hiding for hours, I saw a figure slip from... I chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't be elegant.
A lavender shadow.
I know you think we were snacking on funny mushrooms. It's easier to mock. Furthermore, I'm not saying it was a confirmed sighting. I'm painfully aware of what goes into confirmed. It's 100% verified and meets all the standards of an authentic cryptid sighting. By all means.
Hello, I'm Gary. Very yellow man. I mean, officer.
The lieutenant raises his eye. Yellow man. That sounds awfully familiar.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization. I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here. Oh, I've been tempted. But someone has to stay strong for Revocol. My mug? Why would you think that? I may have had a similar-looking mug in the past. That's all. Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. You're not going to find me, are you? Whew. Thank you. You won't regret this. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately.
What did you do, Gam?
Nothing. Nothing.
Here we go. Start pumping that sweet info.
Officer, please. Let me explain. I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around. Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug. Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away and...
Right. It was just civic.
Exactly. That's exactly...
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before. But where?
Armor? No. I mean, yes.
There's something going on here.
What sound? I haven't the slightest. There's lots of weird stuff out.
Every day, the wind shifts the reeds.
What sound? Really? There's lots of weird stuff out here.
Every day, the wind shifts the reeds and whatever was left in them. Tambourine.
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, CS Municipal, so I can use the Whirling's trash compactor. I'm sorry, okay?
Disgraced. No need for the heat.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
Officer, I was only cleaning up. Then I came out, okay.
Right.
Exactly.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks.
Armor?
There's something going on here.
What? Really? There's lots of...
Every day, The wind.
What? I haven't the slightest.
Every day, the wind shifts the
I hope I can help your investigation.
Don't be so relieved yet, Gary. This bad cop may have been in your apartment, admiring your mug collection. Perhaps a little intimidation?
I told you everything I know, sir.
He's not feeling too comfortable in his own skin.
No. I help.
There probably is a follow-up to this, but you can't...
Not many Sealites here.
Do you remember how, when we met Measurehead and I said the next racist will be a really good one? Well, this is that racist.
Hey, man, all I meant was there are not many Sealites around here. I'm just stating a fact. Oh, yes, of course he is. I was just speaking about his connections. Let's change the subject, okay? Sure do.
His eyes narrow slightly. He's wondering where this is going.
Mr. Everard?
So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good.
No, what have I done? He'll send...
As he lowers his tone, he hunches his back.
What could it be about? I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist...
This scared him proper. He's positive.
The weather vane has turned. He
clearly liked his squirming. He may even have changed his mind about the whole door-opening operation. That shirt looks very uncomfortable on him. Look at the button. Yes, like a piece of ceramic armor, for example.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you...
Gary! What's...
Later, Morale!
No. You've got explaining to do.
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. So I went there to take out the trash and started cleaning up. All those rags on the... Only the cuirass was left. So I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw...
It's okay. It was a...
I'm so fucking sorry I called you Yellow Man. Sealite officers commanded the suzerain's navy. Most of them sided with the king when...
Because I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you.
The hell, Gary?
I'll explain later. I always thought it was the Union, but I sure as hell won't go around saying that anymore.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that... But so... This is it. This will protect your mortal shell. Don it and live.
Yes, absolutely. I will never do anything like this again. I won't mess with Mr. Clare either. You have my word.
Advanced race theory. Everything is calm in the eye of the race storm. Your mind is... There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Behind you, the ruins of a resident. When this district was booming, the reeds were kept. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused, but...
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go. Surely. Anyway, the air is nice and fresh here.
You see, a once bright mural towering above you. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now...
Looks like tomorrow never came.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no... You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kituragi.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, hypertext. Young cop.
He's just making up fancy words.
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark. I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here. Oh no, I don't have it on me, officer. I was talking in more general terms. I'm just spending time with my kid here, showing him around the lesser-known parts of our hometown. It wouldn't be wise to carry you...
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed. He looks surprisingly buff. Does he work?
I do some Lomantang stick fighting now and then. It's an anthropological heritage of the Lomantang people. A martial art of sorts, but interestingly enough, brings us to the socio-economic structure of the traditional and rural tribes. But anyway, I'm boring you with details again. You were saying... Lomantang stick fighting is a little like a pyrrolidon addiction.
Wait, what does this man know about pyrrolidon addiction?
You got me, detective. But my history should hardly come as a...
Dad's fighting with sticks every night after dinner for 4 hours. He has a special room.
That's right, Mikhail. It also has a meditative quality. Helps to clear my head. But anyway. Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the
Hold on. What's R&D?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use... You're probably more familiar with RTD. Research...
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead. It looks old and weathered.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve. Or should I say, they were developed. It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed an elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution, which is a feat of engineering even today's giants.
He assumes something like a combat style.
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D. Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed.
A pleasure wheel?
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make... Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, they used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious... What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the... It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in...
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver vern on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the...
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they... 10 years ago, I did a little... freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort.
Wait, did he just say Wompty Dumpty Dum Center? What the hell is a Wompty Dumpty Dum Center? This is all ninsy-pinsy garbage for sissy people.
The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Arts. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose... In fact, I'm not. The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market, but perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting. Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to this precious device. But so they did. The Feld playback experiment vanished into the fire. Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources reported, who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype.
2 seagulls circle in the sky. You look up and think, really? Or was there a 4th prototype that remains hidden in the mausoleums below Coal City?
But of course, what else? No, thanks to you for having...
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of...
No. I won't even try. I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad. Well enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter.
His hands lead the way when it comes to that. This is the trap Morel just... The reeds by the abandoned... It's good the cryptozoologists left. The later it gets, this trap is also full of panicked locusts.
Another empty trap. Always up for a good jog. Otherwise, would I still be on?
There's something feral crouched between the rocks. There, by the water. Intriguing. Something primal. Back away, very slowly. This is a men's size L, leopard-patterned unitard. Actually, this is a leotard. No, who cares? It's a tard. Slow and drop it now. This thing will eat you. Can't you feel the hairs on your arm? Yeah, but why does it? Despite the time it's spent in the water, the garment itself is surprisingly... The wind blows through rocks and reeds. Days spent in the salt water. Run, you idiot. There's only one thing left to do. Just know that. Once the leotard goes on, but don't you want to feel different? It can be a secret that only you know. You slip from your briefs into the leotard. It's very tight. Putting on the garment feels like stepping into a war. Something else is in charge now. Your fingers run down your pectoral, the dried sea salt. Again, once the leopard comes on, it's never, ever coming off. You tear yourself free from the leotard and hurl the crumpled mass into the corner. pain of Etonite has barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute.
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
The pain falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
We should ask that girl on the ice what's going on here.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff.
Come on! Get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out. Sorry, you barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this. I'm sure you will feel right at home.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a
Hardcore! It's hardcore! Skibber danger.
Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think? You see a youngish man bleaching the tip.
Hello, I'm Andre.
His grip is strong, sweaty.
This is my posse. Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you.
And Egghead. Egg! Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers. We have many in the pipeline, officer. You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish...
Artisan for talent!
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent
Place is a shithole!
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues. Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I'm talking about the church. And I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all
Dopheads!
Burnouts! Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martin...
Strike that!
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts holed up in there were the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are.
The spooky kind. I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, they're spook. Also, they don't eat.
People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's...
All right, man.
I asked Noid to install a measure against more...
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work.
Of course. Noid.
All right.
It's as if time has frozen somehow. You think you can sense the key moving in the air. Yeah. Blam! Straight in the eye. Man up. It's nothing. Pick the goddamn key up. Put it in your pocket and move on.
My bad.
As always, we'll be right here. Hi again. So, Not long. Like a week, maybe? Thank you. We just thought it was the right thing to do. Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it. Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many... Yes, there's also the When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water.
Andre, tell him Oh, and it felt like there was something in...
No!
Which other one?
Felt like silence.
Oh, not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone or something, like you aren't alone.
It wasn't quite...
Non-human means.
It was this dark shape climbing upside down. Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behaviour.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it.
So he hasn't even been in there lately. Is he afraid?
You should ask her about it, but be nice.
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and don't...
With a small surge of PEA, alertness fills you, as if to say, this is a dark corner. Look behind it.
Good idea. You should talk...
With a small...
It means like one of those rich boy private radio stations.
Must be. Even Kuno.
Not that we would know anything about that. No, we're getting derailed here. In short, you can tell... Well, honestly,
Why not? Let's go with that.
I'm 70% sure they're substance users. Don't let the technology fool you. Sure. What? He's a quiet man, mostly communicates through music, and by being a master of ceremony. Well, he's just kinda here. I don't really know how to communicate with him. Yeah, sometimes. When I, stumble and find my way into his centre...
The man smiles, mysterious. I get it. He's a puzzle.
Oh yeah, that's a Meteor name for the founding party. Thought it, you know, of Meteo. Meteo, a country, on Muindi. On the Muindi Isla. Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a precise definition, and they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericarnassian Church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, made the Innocentic system. No, you're totally wrong about that.
The Pericarnassian Church is about love! And Nordic music is about love! Love is hardcore!
Unity!
Unity!
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse!
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base. Feels good.
Oh yeah! He's coming around! You're getting it!
Yeah! Yakokata!
Do it for the masses. Do it for the...
I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise.
The one with the large head is still looking. You feel like you could go for a little disco when, or if, they get this club going.
Yes. What? Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I... oh. It's the one they sell at the fuel station. It does, doesn't...
Told you we have a smell problem.
Ether? I don't smell... No.
He sniffs the air. A shrug is good enough for us. Why say it when you can shrug it?
The what now? Oh, the old... I have a major sinus infection. Stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all... Yes, that's all Nosefed's doing. Without the nose...
Nosefed is the shit.
Sure. Here you go, officer. The noser. Blast away.
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
As always.
So yeah, it's good you talked to Andre first. Gave me time to get a reading on your sign. Can't really talk to people. Yeah, gotta compare. I suck at socialising, man. Even now, our sign synchronisation. Weird stuff. Specialised. There are wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked up Samaran science sign. Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely... Most of it doesn't exist. Sonic powers, pale... The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. I can see that. Further sign matching would do good for us. Yeah. I suck at socialising, man.
The young man.
This is hardcore. It's hardcore!
give a D.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s.
Oh. Hello.
She must be Estelle, the last of the... Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold.
That's my name. I take it you have met the others. Did they tell you about the church and the club? Will you help us? Great. Let us know if there's any progress, will ya? We've been waiting for weeks here. Huh?
Maybe she didn't hear you.
So should you.
You don't have to do anything.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, well...
Your pulse rises.
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me. Oh, that. You're not going to believe me. There's no point in me telling you. Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know. And then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. Upside down like a crab. Down the church. He stopped right before he got to the floor. Then just hung there like that.
Like a crab, you say?
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly. Why? Nothing. Anyway, what else? My associates? I haven't got much to say about them. Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. Me? I'm a silver bird.
High above and to the east, the cold winds blow over the...
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but... This is a portable recording device. Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. A contact mic records sounds from inside.
Nice. You could maybe bug someone with it. Wiretapping.
The mic? I don't exactly know. Same place I got the recorder from. The Palaceum. Oh, man. You haven't been to the Palaceum? It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno... Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Palaceum-going kind of person. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means either. That's cool. Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the contact mic, perhaps? Okay. Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your... My boyfriend sold them. I don't know, man.
Everything checks out, sire.
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too.
The girl is cold all of a sudden. Very cold.
I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers.
She is on some kind of stimulant. Amphetamine or method.
Take this, you're cold.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that.
It's okay.
Thanks. Yeah, the boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something.
And who are these boys?
Yeah, Andre and the guys, inside the tent. Go ahead. It's supposed to become, like, except that, yeah.
The floorboards are twisting. There will never be a club for... Not in a million years.
You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments. synthesizers and tape consoles, microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments. What do you need to know? Go ahead.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns.
Okay.
See that seagull up there? Remind you of anybody? Exactly. Think about the seagull's story. It's one of endurance. Then their paradise became Shit City. And what did they do? No time for that sentimental bullshit. They're hustlers, getting shit done. They're one pair of track pants away from gangsters. Just like you. Exactly. The seagull does what it takes, and so do you. You've got that same spirit in you. Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front. The carving on the door is block-like and angular. The surface feels exceptional. 300, this cheap-looking, it'll be easier to... The lock turns easily. Feels like...
Let's go.
A great whoosh of in the heart of the city. The silence in this part of the church. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent. And then it's gone. Or you can hardly hear your own breathing. You produce a few muffled thumps. Your voice is barely audible. It's unnerving. The lieutenant points to...
Can you hear anything? I wonder why the church was built with such strange acoustics.
The lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can sense him tense. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead. Just darkness without end. It makes your head spin. There's nothing. You're dizzy and...
Officer, what are you looking at?
Filled with vague shapes of woodwork. You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight. Maybe it's possible to talk to it. Is that a man? Looks more like part of the car. The crab man. The man leaned forward a little.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry. Everything's gonna be alright. You come to the right place. I'm here to receive the mother's love. You can too, Holmes. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift...
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user.
Hey, and what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Está crudo, way. I see deep inside you. Your body and your spirit are suffering greatly from overindulgence. And you don't even know it. I know it's hard to admit that you have a problem.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay...
Look at these crazes. What is this shit?
The only thing we need to talk about is how the mother can... This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here. Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes? No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. That's what I said, Holmes. Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests. I'm afraid not, Essay.
Or search through her radio computer.
The ones in the tent outside, right? I see them. Think they scared of me. Wouldn't bother me none to have them spin music in here. I might even be nice to have some company. Never known myself to be a crab, but if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it. I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters. I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone. No, man. You gotta let that shit go.
Do you remember your names?
Tiago's my name. But those syllables don't mean much to me these days. And your place amongst your fellas. Your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore. That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters. This is a special place. I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of the... Oh, that's no simple question. She is a cavity in the dark, beyond...
His adoration is beyond sexual. This cavity is something that no human...
I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, at one with the state of the world before reality. It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service. I heard that before, Way, and I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think, when's the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover, regretting what you did last night? I know it will take time. Don't sweat it. I know it will take time. Don't sweat it. Hard to say. I think I did some construction work. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me. I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory. I don't mean literal singing, Holmes. You may be thinking, but fire crackles. No, Holmes. That's the material that's burning. The flames themselves are without sound.
The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams. Blend.
Police raid. A wow.
Did you witness it?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore.
In white, silver, and apricot veil, cradled in her arms, are a pair of glowing lungs. Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. The world is silent, but for the creak, cold air seeps in through the crack. The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips, and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion, as that useless word passes through. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile.
It's Dolores Day. The old woman was right. This is the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after Revachol's founding. There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les said, sir, we should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching here. Something else, perhaps?
It's a mystery. All you know is, this is the young mother of humanity, and that you should go. The shards glimmer in the dark. You see a machine stand.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on. We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case. It's also quite similar to the one we have down at the station.
The one you saw earlier was the Ream Civic. This is the Ream Prefect, a model number RC7024. You see fluorescent play and print buttons. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments. Smoke another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater. The speaker comes to life.
Good afternoon. Votre accident on Saint-Brune.
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
I have 2 machines registered to this company.
Saint-Brune. That's the church. And Rue de Saint-Ghilaine?
Anything else I can help you with? Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log? Good. Please repeat.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to get... Maybe he knows something.
No. Still, no. I am contractually obliged to...
I'm afraid we are not doing that.
Now, can you please repeat the password? Received. Votre accident. Is there anything else I can do for you? Goodbye.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated. Behind the hatch sits a cube, another filament memory. Press play. Nothing happens. The mother of humanism stands above you. A metal payphone under a yellow... You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable. Calling. Still call. This feels wrong. Should you be end of tone?
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre? So nice of you to find the time to call me. It gets so lonely. Are you sure you're Pierre? Your voice is...
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like waves washing a beach. You get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi overheard you. To your relief, he did not.
Yes?
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of... It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of...
Please tell me you're not taking that with you. I'm sure he'll be thrilled to have it returned.
The smell. It's awful and familiar. Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungence. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. The lieutenant has already... There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper. Two empty bottles.
A tragedy.
Two empty...
A tragedy.
Whoever tossed it here. What now? This makes... You see traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it. A man lies on the boardwalk. Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the right leg.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is, he's been dead for 2 days.
Calm now. Carefully. Just so he's wearing mud-caked boots. The leather jacket suits him well. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked...
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
The man has fallen through a... You have to be quite inebriated to fall that bad. His expression is dull, like the sea. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair. There's some dried blood on the metal bench. Be very, very careful where you step here. Grabowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's the blackness of death.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol. I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's
a dried chunk of blood.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you? Seems like the head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
They screech under your feet ominously. A .75 liter Tallulah. It's mid-market spirits.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take...
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to... But that's just a lazy assumption.
At least this man knew how to party. Imagine the same scene without the bottle. Now that would be just sad.
We do know that he was married. But you're right. Let's not run ahead. For now, all we know is that he's an death by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive. No, I don't see anything that points in that direction.
Yes, but what if there's a killer on the loose? 2 suspicious deaths in such a short...
A sequence killer? There's nothing that connects those 2 bodies. This is a completely different case. An accident. Yes, but I just wanted to make it clear it's not a sequence killer, okay? Oh yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played, but I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure. What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the... They'll seal this place off after the news. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is... It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure. From where I stand, I can see 2 options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or a field autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't... I'd say we should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us, maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guys at processing will take care of the rest. Alright. We should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from...
Fairweather, T500. Remember that weakness you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like, maybe it can only stop small, fast projectiles. As you hold it in your hands, it's a sordid filth. Some secrets are better left uncovered. Don't even it occurs to you that you're not even holding Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck. Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is a disaster. The library card is folded into 2 and still slightly wet to the touch. Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pen. Most of these titles seem to be in the side. If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about the building.
Good idea. There was plenty of... There's some tear. An empty cigarette package. You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable. Winter, slow to let go of Revachol. Flecks some more wet snow from above. The snow falls lazily. And to think, the melting snow seeps through your thin clothes. Grandmothers don't layer upon layer of sand, poisoned with... Someone stuffed a big old polar and more winding coastlines lined with them. The waters turn black. Coal city in the shadow of San Martin. No more. The coal was supplanted by petroleum from the ocean floor and hydropower from the Esperance. Below the old mines, l'Océan Municipal, Revachol's underground cemetery. Le Petit Rat braved the underground passageways, trying to... where the Philippian kings were interred, with their doctors and their admirals. Mausoleums, burial chambers, leaf golds, children under 14. They go underground, looking for artifacts to sell to foreign museums. And for after rubies, Melchiorite, 2 kilometers underground, in a winding shaft along the mausoleum contains untold quantities of gold. Did someone say untold quantities of cocaine? After rubies, Melchiorite, 2 kilometers underground, in a winding shaft. The mausoleum contains untold quantities. Did someone say untold? Few Petit Rat returned from the shafts. All around her, white snow on the extinguished. The canal you crossed to get here and beyond it. Someone is scraping snow off their windshield. At the roundabout, like all monuments, it's also a fenced-off yard. There's a truck belonging to the abandoned church, its walls, a serpentine strip of land weaving its way into the remains of a camp on a jagged piece of rock. Further out, the lights burn bright. Then there's Ozon, the Bay of Revachol, vastness, great depth, and at the farthest reaches of the Bay of Revachol, the shadow of the raised motorway, 881, separating Martinez from Jamrock, was once a park, a place for reflection and... The pox is completely wild now. Evergreen thick, heavy drug users do slip through and hole up. A line of motor garages with armored carapaces hunched in the cold. A mechanic is hard at work, patching up bullet holes. Around you, the snow continues to fall. To the west, the ocean swells. The stairs descend to central Jamrock. Snow falls on the utility district, the library, the florist. All of this built around a lake that formed in a meteorite strike. A chill comes over you. Coalition aerostatics hang like apparition under the cloud cover. Occasionally...
We should keep moving. Who knows when the snow will let up.
Hello again.
hi again. So, and? What happened? Oh, man! Who is he? What did you think? Right? There's something really odd about him. What's he doing in the church anyway? No matter. Is he gonna be a... Yeah. Noid...
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
I dunno, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
I guess it's not a massive problem.
Everyone is welcome. Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her? But she's in there somewhere. Has to be. Have you tried investigating the machines? Anyway, do let us know if you see her. As always...
Tequila Sunset. Ah, tequila. I knew you'd come through. That's fucking great, man. What's that supposed to mean? What's that got to do with my jacket? What do I care about some local stiff? You gonna give me the jacket or no? Let me see. What? This isn't my jacket. My jacket was beautiful. This is fucking filthy. What am I supposed to do with this? I'm not taking a disgusting pile of hobo rags. Either bring it back the way it was before, or find a dumpster to burn it in.
You know, despite the guano, it looks like the jacket itself is stain resistant. It may just need a good scrubbing.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's...
On the table, you see a bowl of water. This trap's not the reeds bend for law, the constant, distant song. Nothing but locusts in this.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done. No, I'm fine. I did.
cold door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown us.
It's military. A service. The washerwoman mentioned a depot up the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo across the bay. This might be it.
It takes you a moment. The reeds shake sadly in the coastal breeze. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end. The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. No locust. No phasmid either, but still.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there. I just see an empty trap. Right. Anyway, that's for the cryptozoologists to figure out now. We're not cryptozoologists.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with? I can wash it for you. But it's good.
No, we must run around ceaselessly.
I could use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you take better care of it than...
Tequila sunset. My jacket?
A look of consternation crosses the man's face.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila? Falm? That's medium concept stuff. Not my style at all.
It becomes abundantly clear to you how I'm calling it. It's neurological.
You know what? Fine. Maybe I can pawn it for some booze.
Aye, good thinking.
Yes?
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
The boomboxes wait on the shelves. And your boombox, that gold and amber.
And here you are. Quality sound.
Police badge on which you see the photo of... The porter reel is just what you needed. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing. Then the organ starts playing, a simple telling you about the tiniest church in within seconds you know, this is the one, the real shit you've been looking for. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning. Of course you could sing this. You could take... Yup, they're all... And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world is God's. You have to convince God to let you sing. The lieutenant looks at you as you remove the tape. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the few...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell.
Any signs of violence? A sequence killer?
No, we are not. There is no evidence. It looked like a simple accident to me, Alice.
No field autopsy necessary. What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes? Any information on the library card? Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else? I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you?
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers. As you tap on the...
No. That's enough fun with the foldable headlights.
Is this about the questions again? Because I...
The tear machine stands in the corner. Your bottles clunk into the machine.
Unpromising race pupil returns. And... Look, babe. The minion of law is also a racist, but his racism is basic and rude. He thinks
so unadvanced.
The basic race education he received in high school has led him to think his phylum. You could have used this opportunity to overcome your narrow and take solace from the fact that these thoughts will never entirely leave your brain.
Damn, Jean. How are you so romantic?
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Con.
It's great to see you again, officer. My wife...
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
I knew it.
Well, in that case, sweetie, let me give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie, mess.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull.
Oh, you don't want to hear...
Ramblings. Nonsense.
Darling, I didn't even...
You were a child, my dear.
Reflexively.
Well, it was summer, I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5, the strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds.
She had no fear. Just...
I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk. I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see. I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course...
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed.
It did, yes.
The way it moved, the colour. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration.
Our first, yes.
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with Bay.
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but...
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just...
Nothing like the gratitude of a good. Okay. And? Completely empty?
Surprise, tempered with fear and trepidation.
No locusts?
That's not ideal.
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even...
Oh, of course, more clever.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news.
Another trip to the reeds.
Of course. Be sarcastic. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture, mine stands. Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really? Some kind of foul play might be afoot.
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
A little hooligan.
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost.
Delinquents. My favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
After this is your last chance.
Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere.
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mute Morel. It's been fun.
No need to apologize, Geary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of Sue's rain. Hell no.
I don't know what got into him, officer. Thank you for letting him off.
Always a pleasure to... officers.
Can I help you? You're already set for the night. Your door is unlocked. What is this thing? What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually a nice bird. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess? So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
This was mostly about the fucking cardio. Massive cardio here.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
No, you don't.
By causing more trouble, I think we're good. The whirling doesn't need more sad style. That's one of the styles it can do without. It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after a lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke. Okay, yes, it's for some clients. Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair. I'll plug it in for you. Damn this karaoke machine.
The stage is all set up. You feel a little dizzy.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Yes?
Yes? What is it? It means I'm a patrol.
What was with that, sir? She's a woman. That's how women speak to men. With respect.
Well,
Cut the shit. Every second you stand here running your mouth, the case grows colder. Again? I can't believe this shit.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Yes?
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of tape this. The man is finding it hard not to trip on it, where unidentifiable sludge makes it hard for him to breathe. Smells of vomit in here.
No problem, officer.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6-8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in them. One, standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, Number 46. Just like, is it? They didn't even bother to change boots. Putting them on the scene. 2. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 43. Hobnailed work boot. Steel reinforced. 4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 46. Theo. The 5. Another standard work boot. Reinforced toes. 6. Light as air. Same make of boot. But number 47. The glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 8. Another standard work boot. Number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole.
7 sets of tracks, right? The Hardy Boys were here. That's all? Interesting. Then one of them seems to be missing. Anything else out of the ordinary? Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. I wouldn't be someone operating a workbench with a pedal, like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer? A drummer only uses the right foot for the kick drum. You're right. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
He doesn't seem to hear you. Looking south.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no? Mm-hmm. I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy boy. The one with his front teeth missing. I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not. 200. This could be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Probably yes. This would also fit with the victim being dead. Is there anything else that's noteworthy here? A week, maybe?
It is not.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion...
What do I think? A mob of people brought some... Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in the same...
Indeed.
But we know the victim had a bullet in his... But his tracks? Yes.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? No, Kuno...
Oh my god, I told you that shit!
Shut up, see.
Now they're gonna take you to Lane Prison! Deny everything, Kuno.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without...
There's definitely something going on here. Remember his pig's head shack? You should check it out.
Kuno doesn't...
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the...
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least that's going well. Oh, I'm not being sarcastic at all. We are making real progress here. If anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite. The Phasmid did... But what do I know? I'll let you handle the Kuno side of things.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Yeah. Kuno took the bugs, so what? They're not pets. Don't you know what locusts are? When they come out of the fucking...
Stop!
You stop? It's like their fucking night.
The girl forces herself to what? The lameness is causing her physical pain. The damage may be permanent.
Kuno, the pig wants to help you. Oh, that's how lame it is.
An artist? Maybe I am an artist. You hear that, everyone? I'm a fucking artist now.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame.
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make it.
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take me away.
Without a word, for once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face.
It don't mean anything. Pig. You really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno. I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is...
The girl's face appears again, above the fence, just long enough to make eye contact with...
Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die. The fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps? The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit. Kuno's like Kuno's dad. Kuno doesn't give a fuck. Kuno...
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Murder was the case, was the...
Hello, officer. So it was just a child.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie. This is good news, right? It means we can try again.
Yeah, you're right.
Darling, I told you.
You're right, you're right.
More cardio. Let's do this.
We are getting really carried away with this, aren't we? Fine.
Really? It's too much, officer.
What Morel means is...
Here's a fresh batch of locusts. They should slide right...
Wow. Co-discovery. You'd be famous. You'd The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging.
Speak Revacholian? We speak Suren. There is no such thing as the Revacholian language.
The cook is still smoking. Ash.
Good thing he didn't understand a word of your stupidity.
He smiles and bangs his ladle.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken care of formal protocol. Did you? Wonderful. It is a relief to see a W freighter here. The situation is precarious, to say the least. It needs a quick solution, or we will have a bloodbath on our hands. Yes. I'm afraid this strike may...
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst...
Then we're on the same page. As grim as it may be. I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor. Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban...
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched. Last Sunday night. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenel contracts. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military...
What is the nature of these so-called
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
It'll be all of them. The decision is already made.
It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynch.
The débardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty. These men work in tandem using semi- and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all.
The muzzle loaders need to be reloaded after every 1 or 2 shots.
As I said, a bloodbath.
Maybe a good bloodletting is just houses drenched in red. Blood gushing down Rue de Saint-Cispar. The whole place mopped with a giant red rag. Fresh bullet holes for all the old buildings.
It doesn't have to be like this, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation. Not much. Their public resume is relatively good. They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operation...
Meaning they're used to operating in war.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors. Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands. Countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil. I wouldn't go as far as to use that term, detective. Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than...
Do you know a lot about the...
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell. I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all... Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it. The remaining contractors, their tribunal, it's what they believe. That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around...
The lieutenant consults his notebook.
We haven't heard any reports about an assault.
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got there. That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor about a rumor. In any case, it's what the Colonel's remaining colleagues believe. If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. Lely, his service name, a nom de guerre, most likely. One is a man, Corty, they call him, a nickname as well. The other a woman, Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe.
What would you say was his eye color, the deceased's?
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face.
I can't remember.
That's all right, man. Anything else?
He was 40. Or 50.
Indeed. This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else? Nationality?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent. Oranese. Or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave... In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak.
Must be hard to force your face to move in a new fashion. If you continue like this, you'll have an aneurysm. Then you...
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do.
You should show those meatheads exactly how savage you really are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbour gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a border cake.
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer...
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
I hope I can answer it better. Until the executions start. Truth...
They don't report their progress to you.
Not on this matter. It's a matter of days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help, of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half a minute.
It was taken with a Trigat not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Her mouth is relaxed, the accordion lines near.
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other. Close. Port cities. This is an Oranese map of the waterways. A sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years. The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption. Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oranese capital.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning. His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture.
Challenge accepted. I say we do it.
Do what you have to do, Detective Dubois. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
We will be careful, ma'am.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man.
He's known as the father of scientific communism, also known as Masovianism. He's still the White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting. Whoever lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm. There aren't many communists around. Not after the revolution. I suspect that there aren't many communists around. Not after the revolution. He was definitely... There aren't many communists around. Not after the revolution. Some...
Gendarmerie, you found me.
And his shirt is still unbuttoned.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again? Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting. Trust me, you do. That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you.
He takes another drag of...
Besides, I've got to run. Just look at it. It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay in on it?
He's right. Only a man on high heels stumbles out of a basement club. Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth.
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, all right?
Different, of course. His shirt. His shirt. His shirt. No, I don't know why. Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to...
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia. My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging. I got it from the head of the Samaran delegation on my trip to Lomantang. That's really all I can tell you about it.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
I'm sorry to say I did, officer. Because I did it? What's the meaning of this? Is your colleague here trying to...
There is no meaning, sir. Please excuse my colleague. This case has been a great strain.
Well, I can certainly understand that. That hanging was a surreal play. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in. That's when I understood.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated.
I couldn't tell you exactly.
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
That's a giant you're describing. No, I went back inside.
Yes, back inside.
Were you able to see anything?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see. But I could see all men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see those funny... Oh, officer, that kind of light. I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Aeropagites among them. And I am quite certain that once... Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots. You're right, of course. That is what one is. I'm afraid I don't have any...
About what time was all this?
All I can say is that it was late. No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance. The coalition is only looking out for the price tag. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires... well, I'm renovating it. It is an interest. You could say I'm undoing some of the... Yes, as I said before, I'm a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the... La Communauté Internationale is what Revach... Your employer, technically speaking. The governing authority, it is the most important thing. It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy, which is essential for maintaining...
Basically, it makes sure the price...
Précisément. Too much inflation. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%. But not too far below, no. Too below is also... The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefit. A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing... But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the... It's the International Organization for Moralists. Hence, Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies.
There are more nefarious powers to work for than the moral intern.
But of course. Well, do you value freedom? Do you believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values?
Me? I'm a lieutenant of the RCM.
A very moralist answer. The Occident is part of the normal world. Martinez? No. Martinez is... Rivachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means... But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking. Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer? Sounds like you're a moralist indeed. Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the... Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? What's there to say? Sur la Clé is a model. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Rivachol is only because a great percentage of Rivachol's culture hails from Sur la Clé. Its language, its people. Oranje is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of EPIS, contributes 28. As founding members, they are both very EPIS. Oranje carries a lot of political weight, while Sur la Clé, Oranje's economy is one of the most advanced in the world. It has successfully transitioned... About what? Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run on time. Whatever you wish, officer. Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not... Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since. EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of steel. Another success. A supranational political alliance. The Unite... You mean Rivachol? No, it's going to have transparent democracy. It's one day going to be a candidate member of EPIS, sure. No, candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if they don't? But we were talking about my friend here, not... How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Isola? Au contraire. It's how millions of people end up where they are. Sorry, who? But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Officer, you have to understand. I can't give... He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine art. He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps I'm just enjoying the view. Listen. The Insulindian Bay. This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. But the million real view stays. You can't take that. My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you've seen him around. He's a busy bee. I'm all ears, officer. A moment. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed... Sure, go ahead. It's a beautiful space. Was there anything else? I'm sorry to say I did, officer. Officer, it's very difficult to describe.
What do you mean? Like...
It was just so strange. I was on the balcony when it happened. That's when I understood.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least
I couldn't see their faces well, and I worked. Let's just say that the laboring classes can get I went back inside.
Yes, back inside.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was well, that's the strange... Eventually, their shouts died down. I'm afraid I don't...
About what time?
All I can say, my watch. No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day. Of course, anything I can do to assist the RCM. Of course.
Yes?
Your flashlight, some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still... The handwriting is only partly outside. A cold wind wraps the building in it. This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker. Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123. Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very, perhaps. The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled The Game Master. Looks like a survey. They must have had massive airwidth. Whoever decides, there's no way a little bit, nothing. It's just line. You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of the bench. Time passes. You ponder upon an endless wind. You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of the bench. Your feet ache. Oh man, if we invited Guillaume... You sit on the wind-worn wooden plank. Time passed. It's getting so dark. You can...
If you don't mind, please put the flashlight away. Some of us have photonic sensitivities. I do appreciate it.
It's the letter you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of you right. Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB41. Then, date of initialization. Why yes, your precinct number, every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. Harrier Dubois, HDB. This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 12, the mural is enormous. True love is possible. People call it that thing and that fucking. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of it. The crew agrees to clean up after them. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villa Lobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between two options. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. And that love truly is possible in the next world for new people. And it is too late for us. Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle? Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers. The bed is still cold from the broken window. It's not easy, but your bones are so tired from...
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights.
Recorded in you. Forever. On ferrotape.
No. You're spinning tapes at the discotheque. On and on it goes. For untold hours. At the disc...
Behold, there are millions.
It's the world, Harry boy. And you can never forget this shit.
Beautiful. It's stuck.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister. A ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old news.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more.
For the working class. For the money, baby. For the greater good. Forever, Carl. Always and only.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back. There he goes again.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco suck.
Do it for the wind. You were right, brother. Back there, in your sleep, all the weak-willed delinquents, dilly-dalliers, foreign moneylenders, insane anarchists, and yes, the game was rigged from before you even knew how the pieces move, soldier. It has, brother, but we are going to... I will send you back to the time when the sun had not yet vanished, when it was still setting into the sea. The time of the suzerain, the time when love, to go back with the knowledge, protect the suzerainty, clean up the city, revive disco music, and get her back. No one, don't ask about her. You fool. Second chances are not about questions. They are about actions. Ultramarathon here meant Revachol. Our streets and all that. It's all there is. There must be others like you. Men who long for the days when words like loyalty, people whose yearning for the past is so great they barely live in the present. Think, maybe you've already met someone like that. Now we're making bank. A man with guts and a memory. I felt it too. He could be a treasure trove of wisdom. Now, there is a man who values the past with passion. Measurehead is exactly the kind of man who'd know how to step back into the past. Okay, don't worry. That's what your gut is for. Feeling 3 to 4 traditionalists should do it. No need to go crazy with those guys. Sure, Revocol will do just fine without you.